stuff that I've said, and I can reference it in spaces, or whenever we're talking about this one particular thing, and you bring it up. Yeah, Mark from the Magic Numbers Company, he told me that. He told me that the world's like a gigantic fucking vector space, and you like creating data points. The idea is to create data that lasts. That is so relevant that it can be connected with other points. That connection is the strongest. And that kind of defines now who I am. It also defines how I put information out there. But I'd like to go back on the point with the Mark Zuckerberg campaign, effectively and turning him into more of a base person for public perception. And that's kind of how it is with me here as well. I would be unremarkable if I didn't try, at least, to do something that is remarkable. That is why the best things that I can speak of are either stuff that I've observed that can relate to others, or like retransmit effectively, or stuff that I've done myself, crazy things. Telling stories about how you once went on the Alex Jones show, trashed David Icke. That's hilarious. People find that very interesting. You went there with Nick Fuentes, called out his bullshit, or, how you bring up, like, the most far left-leaning people into a space and don't even bother to shit on them. People find that intriguing. Talk to XQC, or, like, all these people, this isn't once have an active community. It's a very difficult thing. Public perception is a very difficult thing. And the best part's always exactly what I've just stated. Things that are remarkable. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't remarkable. You'd be elsewhere. You'd be listening to like these live-action role plays of geopolitics experts trying to tell you how the world works, when in reality they don't even have the fucking slightest clue. If there's a fucking geopolitics expert out there and you ask them what's the most important thing about Taiwan, and they don't answer with fucking microchips, then they're stupid as shit and you shouldn't listen to them. Seriously, I invite everybody here on this stage right now or in the audience that if you ever go to a certain place and you get the opportunity to ask a person to talk about geopolitics, tell me why Taiwan is important. They don't talk about the computer chips and they're full of shit. You should probably stop engaging with them. You should probably even stop following them because that's bullshit. How do you focus on quote unquote geopolitics if you don't understand the actual nature as to why things are geographically moving around from a human resources perspective? Because that's crazy. That's actually crazy, right? So people try to be remarkable by relating remarkable events as opposed to doing actually remarkable things. Because doing actually remarkable things, it's very hard. It's difficult. It's genuine. And to do that, that's like requires a separation of facts and identity. Your identity is who you are. Your personality, how you tend to interact with the universe. Your identity should not be, I think that the black hole spins in a clockwise direction. And then when somebody disproves that, all of a sudden I'm the person who is always wrong. Because my identity is black holes spin in a clockwise direction. Actually, no, they don't spin in any direction. Actually, no, this one spins counterclockwise. Actually, they're just random. Now you stand there, defeated, emotionally, physically, in every way, because your very identity has been invalidated. So don't identify with your facts. They're not yours anyways, are they? The only thing that's yours is you, and even that is conceptual.
Why can't I be my facts?
Are you a narcissist? You're just like what I explained. You have a fact that's proven wrong, then you are wrong. Your entire personality, everything, your identity is invalid. It's wrong.
Okay, suppose the facts are able to be proven mathematically or have been proven mathematically.
Well, perhaps you can kind of make some identification there happen if you wanted to, but that's right.
Bullshit facts. That's a stupid move. You're bound to lose. I stick to logical facts. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Like this,
even with logic,
for example, transformer scaling is a fact, right? That's an empirical scientific fact that I stick by. That is like a principle that I live my life with, is scaling.
Yeah. I like to live by personality and principles a little more as well. But realistically speaking, again, it's like a thing. If you know to say, oh, I'm going to talk about scaling laws only, and I'll be known for scaling laws. Well, then what are you going to be known for in other respects? You're not going to be known for anything else. And that's where the reputation arm comes into play. A reputation is yours only in the eyes of the beholder. Because you're the person who's created sentiment. You're the person who has shifted things around in the world. If you go to a place where no one knows you, is that reputation really yours? Because nobody has an idea of what you are. You walk around people, and you are just one of the people. You may have reputation. You may be very recognizable. But in a place where nobody recognizes you, are these really the things that are you? Or is it your ability? Hey, can you help me solve this problem? Go there, you fix it faster than anyone else. Now, reputation is made again. It's beginning to grow. Even in a place where you didn't have any. That's why these marketing campaigns are very important, because they create this type of sentiment. That's why you have legacy media. They try to smear people who they disagree with politically. Because they believe that they're doing something good. This is the thing with the reporters, by the way. You can't even really hold it against them. I've said this before. They actually believe they're doing the right thing. They believe that if they smear certain people of a very particular political opinion, and that if they limit them, they are protecting the world, and that they're also protecting that individual from themselves. They actually believe this. Even with these dictators who are fucking insane, they actually believe that what they did is for the good of the people. I did this because I love you. This kind of shit. There are many historical examples of this. Look at fucking East Germany. We don't talk about that enough. The reason why we don't talk about that enough is because the leftist argument for socialism just completely shits the bed the moment anybody even talks about history. I can talk about that history more so than many others could. You know why? Because I know the people that lived there. Lived in that time. Were born into that time. All of which tell me it was a shit house of a time. Provided me evidence for it too. And a lot of the ideologues are not afforded this luxury, this privilege. That's why they're ideologues. They're not real people. This is not an opinion that you hold. This is just a thing that's injected into your brain. It's not you. It's not real. If you identify that you're not real, you are nothing. You are a thing that has removed itself from any aspect of meaning. You have discarded it. Coward. It's a very strange thing for me to say. It's a very strange thing for others to hear. I'd imagine that potentially if somebody were to hear this from that particular side, they would absolutely despise me. But they wouldn't be there to listen at all because they prefer the echo chamber, because they could never listen to reason. They could never. Because if they did, they'd go insane. The only thing that binds their quote-unquote sanity is a delusion. And the fact that if you walk into a room with other people that bear that same delusion is that they will agree with you. Again, what is you? What is real? The reputation aspect. You know what I'm saying? You walk into a room of sentiment, somebody were to say you have a particular political opinion that's antithetical to everyone in the room, they're going to shit on you for absolutely no reason, even though they don't know your personality. Doesn't matter what side politically you're on. They will shit on you regardless because they're ideologues. They're not real people. I deny that. I deny them being real. You know why? Because they can't be. You can even tell me that I'm not real. Okay, then how real am I for talking to people who are practically the antithesis of myself? And that people would literally say, as the slang of today's Gen Z world, they would say, wow, he's a real one for that. What do you think that comes from? People want things that are real. And sometimes people will buy things that seem real, like an artificial reputation. Sometimes the artificial reputation filters back into the person and becomes a real reputation. And you can decide whether or not that's Zuckerberg or not. That is up for debate. We could have a debate, right? Actual discussion. But realistically, it's all about that. It's all about what's real. Are you real? Are you sure you're real? Are you your facts?
Absolutely
your opinions? Or are you real? Wait, was that Elliot?
I'm absolutely not real. We're in a simulation, and I am a bunch of vector points that are interacting, and I am some emergent property of the universe that has convinced itself that it's conscious even though it is not.
I'd say you're kind of real for that one, but I wouldn't deny that you're conscious.
It's so bloody egotistic, it thinks it has free will too. That's crazy, hey?
I would say we probably do have free will, you know? I think we definitely have that. You look at the universe as if it were this deterministic thing, and I think it is, but what if that determination was part whatever created it and part whatever lives within it?
See, free will scares me. That idea, like many others, scares the shit out of me.
Why?
Maybe because my Newtonian mechanic-based brain wants to think that everything is deterministic, and that's like a simple model, and it wants to maybe avoid complexity because naturally, we are an entropy minimizing creatures. That's what we tend towards because that's what helps us survive. So
I disagree. We're entropy maximizers because the stuff that we do to the world increases its entropy.
Yeah, well, everything is going to tend towards that, even if you don't want it to. Like, it doesn't matter; it's going to happen, right? But our goal is to make sure that there are these energy pockets, which are ourselves, that allow us to maintain these useful states, where there's like uniqueness in there, and there's special things that can happen to reproduce, right? So, I don't know, man. There's a lot of variables here. Again, it's a big universe. I asked my physics prof this question the other day. I said, why does the universe exist? It's so funny. You ask every single physics or math professor this question, they will go nuts, or they'll start like making fun of you. It's like, that's a stupid question. Shut up.
Yeah. What a dull brain that must be for someone like that to answer a question this way.
Oh, not all of them do. I mean, most of them will kind of, they'll sort of intrigue, ask questions, because they've already been through this in their own head. They'll just kind of intrigue your thoughts to see what you think, because that's like, you can get something useful out of that. But yeah, some of them are, I don't know, kind of pushy away though.
Yeah. Why does the universe exist? First thing I'll answer, a very simple answer. I don't know. It just does. We're doing things within it to kind of discover why we exist within it, and then kind of try to project that onto the universe itself. Thinking that basically everything is scalar.
You got a default.
There you go.
Paul's famous answer, which is because.
Just because, you know.
I was watching this conversation with Joe Rogan. Happened 5 years ago, and that was what they ended off with. It's like, what's like the meaning of all this? And he was like, because. Just a little cliffhanger. Joe Rogan was kind of like making fun of it, but yeah, I mean that's it, dude. It's because.
Yeah.
Incompressibly because.
However, I still like to answer the question with, I don't know, to be honest, but I do know that we want to understand why we exist, and then if we understand why we exist, then perhaps we can extrapolate that out into the rest of whatever the universe could be, and then we have an answer as to why it is and why we are within it. That's that. It's an answer in progress, you know?
Who cares about us? What about the next version? I mean, what? Why are we? It's like, we're humans. We're just like one stage of this whole evolution thing, right? Look at what's going on. I disagree. Maybe it's about that, right? What about the bacteria? What about the meaning of them?
They mean to defend this biomechanical thing that is your body from other things that themselves try to take you out to basically make you better.
I know, but they're also a stage. We're very close to bacteria. We're very close to them.
Not really, no. We're made out of cells, that's about as, and carbon, that's about as far as we get. We're very different.
The process that it took to get the first cell, right? The first single-celled organism that was able to eat others, eat other objects, whatever it be. And then you step on
yeah, but we are much more complex than that. In the way that we are so far removed from whatever bacteria is that it's not even a comparison.
Possible life forms. In the grand scheme of all possible life forms, it's not that outrageous. That jump isn't that crazy.
Oh yeah, it is. It absolutely is. I consider myself to be made out of cells. That's about as far as it goes. And the rest of it is just a bunch of other cell lumps within other cell lumps that kind of somehow. You're made out of cells that form these lumps that are called organs. Each one of those are interlinked with each other within a system that is made up of other different cells. And you have cells within that system that then basically allow for the cleaning up of all the organs. And then you have cells that help those cells from not getting attacked by a bunch of other shit that tries to get in there and fuck with those cells. These are called white blood cells, for instance, right? They're kind of like an interesting defense mechanism, the thing that you see whenever you engage with bacteria. Let's say a bacteria enters your system, then you have a defense system that kind of like encases it in white blood cells and removes itself from your body like a pus.
You know that poster where it shows like the whole spectrum of intelligence in the universe, and then it's like, here's a monkey's brain and here's Einstein's brain, and you like pretty much can't tell the difference between the two. That's what I'm talking about here, right? Difference between bacteria and humans.
Yeah, I think brain matter is like a bit different, but like bacteria and humans, it's way
matter. But again, the universe is so massive.
And brain structure.
I think it's cool to sort of speculate about this, but again, I think there's still much more room for the brain to develop. I think this is still early stages compared to what it could be if evolved properly and safely, and I don't know, maybe not destroyed by like nuclear weapons, right? So. Maybe they don't exist in the universe because the brains grow too big, so the entities get too smart, and then they end up killing each other with, nuclear weapons and all this, right? Like the one planet species, but there might be other organisms out there which have passed this essential great filter, right?
There's a fallacy though. You assume that the people who want destruction are smart. They're actually kind of retarded.
Yeah, I think this is kind of just it's just one of those things that happens with any intelligent species, really. I mean, they're not just going to be the smart ones that are doing this. It's going to be, anything where you can get political.
So retarded people like this. Like, you ever like notice the most annoying people at school that never contribute to any value at all? Try to take apart the most productive person there because they're just an exploitative retard, and then like that upscales into the world.
This is.
And then you have people that try to put themselves into positions of power. And it's not just human brains, it's every single thing that's ever lived. It's always like this. It's a counterbalance problem. Everything exists to basically create challenge. It's infinitely harder for the thing that wants to be constructive to work against the natural entropy that's thrown in your path, be that via diseases, disabilities, or so just chaos of the universe and other humans being absolute pieces of shit. Like stuff like that. It's not war is not the result of smart people. War is a result of people that don't understand what people is and don't even understand themselves, to the point that they would not say, hey, I probably shouldn't destroy these innocent people because I can identify with the fact that they're innocent, and what if it was me in that particular position, but it is not. That's why I'm going to fucking destroy them anyways. That kind of stuff. It is not very human to do this. It's not human to cause massive amount of destruction. It's not human at all. And it is and the smarter you grow, whatever smart is, whatever intelligent is also the ability for you to shape the world around you such that something cannot become a threat to you or to even take you out if it is a threat that's already there. And that's the idea. And it always goes back to principles at the end of the day. The heuristics that you apply to yourself, your choices. Like the brain mass means nothing. It's all about brain structure.
Would you say that those that can't create are inclined to destroy?
They're jealous of creation. They're jealous of anything. If I take a watch and I put it together, give this people that try to be super dominant and everything, then something breaks, the system breaks. You fix it. You fix it so fast, like they try to fix it. They could never even begin to imagine how to fix it. They try and they fail in all the most spectacular ways. And then you just go there and you put it together. And it's fixed like that. Like as if it is nothing to you. Mm-hmm. It was even more effortless for you to fix the thing than anything that they could even do. Even a physical feat. Even if they were capable of great physical feats, the effort that it took for you to fix this problem that they couldn't even conceive of fixing was so little in comparison to all of that, that it puts all of their achievements to shame. Makes them angry. Hey, this thing is bigger than me in this capacity, and I want that. So I'm going to destroy them, so I'm the only one that remains, that now has that. That's how it always goes. Even with me, I started growing on this platform, people trying to tear me down. They failed. Because I'm better than you. But that's how it works, right? The real smart is about utility, it's about resilience. And if you can't survive that, well, then you're lost. It's annoying, it's terrible, it's shit. But there will always be something that tries to tear you down. Always some miserable force that wants to tear you down. For absolutely no reason at all. We'll try, anyways.
That's interesting. Earlier we were talking about achieving great things. And it seems like sometimes when you set out to do something, maybe like that thing's never been done before, or people think that it's impossible. Do you have thoughts on how to approach something like that?
Not really. Just do it.
Yeah.
And see if you fail. I mean, maybe there's a thing where you say, what if I fail? Could I sustain the failure? Perhaps. Or you look at an insurmountable challenge, something that really hasn't been done before. You're like, what's the value of me doing it? All right, let's do it. I've done a lot of things where it would otherwise just seem like it doesn't make sense, and I did it anyways. And I'm like, I'm glad that I did it. At least I tried. Even if you failed, at least you tried. Be damned if you didn't. I'd be damned if I didn't try.
Interesting.
And how do you really prepare yourself for what you're not ready for? It's almost like as if you're never ready for anything.
True. Very true.
I was never ready for anything. I just did it. I once encountered this problem. It was a big problem in my life. Subconsciously, I believe I might have been ready for it. But consciously, I never expected that is something I had to deal with. If I knew that was something I had to deal with, I probably would have never done it. But I did it anyways. I practically went to war. And I won at great personal cost to myself, of course. More of like the price of sanity. I gained so much, though. I wasn't ready. I didn't think I was gonna encounter that. I made this very simple decision that I thought was going to be reasonable, logical, and would have a simple conclusion. And it did, but the complications that came with that decision were inconceivable. I did not think that they were going to occur. I thought of everything else other than that specific thing that ended up happening. And the damage that caused. I don't think I was ready for that. I just did it anyways, and it surprised me. But I'm surprised that you got it. It did, however, end up being one of my favorite victories. You give it time, the trouble heals, and the emotional cost is replaced by currency of a better experience. But leading up to it was hell. But I did it anyways. So now every time I look at it, it's like, okay, you know what? Maybe it was worth it. And it was. The first thing that hasn't been done before. Thing you never thought you could ever do. But is the outcome something that is definitely a thing that could provide you with tremendous gain or betterment of everyone even. That you just do it, even if you could fail. You just do it. Whatever comes, be ready to probably engage with something, whatever it could be. But at the end of the day, I don't think you'll be able to see what's coming. That will try to stop you or slow you down. It happened in many different ways, even bureaucratically. As part of that situation was funny as well.
Interesting. Do you think that those victories build on themselves?
Oh yeah. I actually no. What do you mean build on themselves?
So you accomplish, you go out there, you meet with some problem, you're not ready for it, you overcome it, and then
It allows you to beat the next one more effectively. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's kind of how I interpreted the question that you asked. I just needed to be sure. But yeah, absolutely. It makes you bold at some point as well. Victory is emboldening. It's remarkable. Especially when you've defeated something that tried to destroy you so heavily, but you were still better than that force that tried to beat you. You were better. Fuck you. Like, that is remarkably emboldening. It makes you a better person. And it sometimes could even make you a bad person, which will then undo that victory for you. But a better person in terms of principles and the shaping and the strengthening of your will, this it will grant you if you are a good, principled individual. This is very difficult to achieve.
Yeah,
Almost
it's
impossible.
like an inertia, maybe.
Yeah, you could say that. It makes sense.
Do you see yourself kind of removing inertia blockers? Like, I don't know if you've experienced this or not, but sometimes I'll run into even small things, and it's like I'm going to get something done, and then I've got to reinstall my operating system or something. That's a bad example, but things that come up in your life that are even just small inconveniences. Do you see yourself optimizing those away, or do you just learn to deal with them better?
Sometimes deal with them and then optimizing them away. It depends on what the block is. Some blocks are like they can be easily beaten. Some are a bit more difficult. Hang on a second, what the fuck is this? So, yes, the first thing is I try to move past the object by going around it or above it. If that doesn't work, try to bargain with it. If that doesn't work, well, I mean, it's not going away. If it can't stop you dead in your tracks and you can beat it, then you're it. And I choose me.
Interesting.
It's like the people that go into nature.
Oh, we gotta be careful with this wild animal. It's gonna don't try to upset it. It's only trying to be itself.
Meanwhile, it's trying to basically kill you. And I was like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I love that. There's nothing more brutal than Mother Nature.
Oh yeah. So you practically have to be as brutal.
Oh, damn. Former Bank of China chairman, Liu Liange, just sentenced to death. God damn it. Ouch. Wicked. Oh, fuck, is so meme. Yeah. You know what I find is great as a form of tragedy is when humans accept the basic explanation that is plausible but not realistic. There's a very strong divide between something that is plausible and something that's realistic. And that's what many people often don't see and don't understand. You accept any kind of answer, you don't look into it further, and that's it. You've accepted the thing that is plausible. But if you looked at it realistically, it doesn't make sense. It just still doesn't make sense. Plausibility is often an excuse for reality that you just cannot understand, even though you have a plausible explanation for it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. I wonder what I wonder what the realistic explanation of demons is. I think them things realistic.
I've seen a couple people who could be considered demons, I think.
Oh, not people. It's yeah, okay, perhaps people, but I don't consider it. It's like spirits.
Andy.
Did you guys see that, what's it called? There's a priest or something that's super wealthy and has that crazy video look. That guy could be considered a demon. Like,
Yes.
Hold on, Adrian, I'll send you the link one
I
second.
know what you're talking about. You're talking about like the priest or whatever his name is, the pastor guy.
Oh, that's motherfucker.
Yeah, I think he's like a demon.
Oh yeah, he bought a jet. That's what it was.
I don't think
The eyes, the look. He's like.
I don't think that dude's a demon. I just think he's the religious version of Alex Jones minus all the stuff that makes him base.
Yeah.
No, I think we're talking about two different things. Because like the look in his eyes when he was like, I had to buy the jet.
That's exactly right. I know exactly who you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. There's a bro that thought, hey, I think I can exploit the boomer generation that's locked into TV by becoming a televangelist, and just gets trippy on the power. It's like as if I went full autistic mode and never came out of it. I just accept that that's my reality now. You know, like whenever I become super unhinged and shit, if I were to like say never exit it, ever. Then yeah. That's kind of creepy. Remember when I started to scream around about the towns and places named in Australia? It's like if I stayed in that mode forever.
I kind of wish you would. That was fun.
Everybody else was thinking I was going to be breathless. I'm like, no, you don't understand. Insanity powers you in ways that you don't have yet. You probably haven't experienced yet, so this is going to like last a while. Probably as long as I'm able to verbalize whatever insanity is currently taking hold. Seriously. Dicky point.
see, like, oh, what's the perfect road trip? You could go to these different places that are named after, like, body parts and sex positions. Or whatever that is. But seriously, think about it. The most northern eastern point of Australia, you know, the tiny little fucking tip is literally called Dicky Point! I'm sorry, I'm not over that. I'm not over that.
Never forget. Absolutely never forget.
I'm not over that. I'm still not fucking over that, and I'm pissed at the fact they want to change it. The amount of different places that they've called something a knob is insane. Bob's knob. Fucking Forknot Island. Fucknot Island. Like, what?
Wild.
What were some of the names? Like, there were a lot of shitty ones. That was crazy. Really, really good. You can tell,
Wild
like, you
Knob.
look at it. Yeah, you look at it, you understand, yes, this place was a fucking prison island. And hey, maybe that's a really British thing to do, because a lot of their fucking places are named Cock something in Great Britain. I mean, it happens. I mean, sometimes, you know, I'm not going to say that last part, that one's too unhinged, I'm sorry. The world is not ready for that yet. Dude, imagine if one day I become like political in nature, like I am part of some policy making thing, and there's like this busy life spaces, and they join into it, and they're shocked at the nature of what this person is. Like, this is a person who writes your laws. Oh my God, how outrageous! And it's like every single thing you say, you already know it's going to be in the paper the next morning. It's like, yes, I did in fact say this, but I said it within this specific context. Would you like me to elaborate it again, or would you like me to go and play the recording? Would you like to have some more of that later on? Because in a couple hours, I'm definitely going live, so you check that out. Can you imagine if I fucking pull that stuff? And you have to do it in such a way that you're not trying to insult anyone, that you're just basically trying to be extremely helpful and articulating what exactly it is that they're incorrect on. Be very constructive, you know, just like this. Talk very normally. Be very open. Be very okay. Don't be pissed at all, you know. And then recite stuff. It's just like what Senator Kennedy did, you know, where he said, you know, just for the record, I would like to have everybody know that I did not call Senator Sanders an ignorant slut. You know.
Yeah.
He does go unhinged himself sometimes. You remember the time right after inauguration where he was in front of a bunch of people there, and he said something about the goat's milk latte drinking, like it was like, I goat's milk latte drinking, avocado toast eating insiders elite. You know, I think that was fucking hilarious. That was really fucking funny. It was great. My car don't run on unicorn urine. Why are we sending money to countries that hate us? They should be able to hate us for free. I swear that line was great.
Exactly.
Well, then when, you know, they wanted to make fun of the police. Oh, that was great. When he responded to that, said, oh yeah, the next time you want help, call a crackhead. That was wonderful. So something like that. That would be a great future. I'm pretty sure people would really, really enjoy that. You know? Wasn't that like one of the parliamentary members in Australia? They basically had a process go through for some sort of bill, I suppose it was. And they were taking as much time as they could. And then some of the members asked him, why are you doing this? Why are you making the process so extraneous and long? And then the bird just stood up and replied, well, to be honest, do you slowly. Marvelous. Just marvelous. Nobody knows what that means, except that they do. But admitting that you do makes you the more fucked up person. Because like when somebody says, oh, I know exactly what you mean with that, then you ask them, what do you mean with that, actually? Well, what's wrong with that? I want to do you slowly. What exactly do I mean when I say I want to do you slowly? What do you think it means? I want you to define exactly what you think that means. I'm really curious, because I sometimes don't know myself. I would like to have some determinism in my life, so could you please explain that to me? And then all of a sudden they have to, like, walk back, and it's very embarrassing for them to do. In my case, I wouldn't back away. I would even go in further and say, well, I mean, conventionally, this is not my opinion, of course, conventionally within, more informal settings, the process of doing you slowly infers the act of copulation in a manner that is more passionate and thereby also slow, when you insert the thing that is your phallus into the productive organ of another sex and then move it back and forth in a very slow manner, such as to increase the pleasure factor. Yes, I believe that that's what doing you slowly means. I would literally say this in front of millions of fucking people and not give a slightest of a fuck. I am like that. Now try to combat that. I did not use any foul language at all. I simply described the biological processes that are involved in the thing that is defined as doing a person slowly. Conventionally, of course, that's involving inserting the phallus into, the female reproductive organ, but, some people go a little adventurous. They sometimes insert it into places where normally that doesn't really go, but, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to judge you for it. I think it's a quite strange practice, and it could be quite dangerous from a bacterial standpoint, but, you can do whatever you want, right? I would fucking say this shit, and people would lose their minds. They would not be able to deal with it, because most of the world is so fucking cucked and so compressed into this tiny little fucking box that they cannot deal with the fact that somebody would say the truth in such a graphic and non-insulting way. It just shatters your worldview. It just is so insane that you cannot help but love it. You cannot help but laugh about it, because it's the craziest, most unhinged thing you could do. And I would do it. Not because you need to, but because it should be done. Because it has to be done. Because it's entertaining, it's fun, it's fantastic. Don't be afraid of that shit. Have fucking fun. This shit's fantastic.
I want to be in the room when you say that to people, please.
Dude, on live TV, I'll fucking do that at some point. It's like that person who made the feminist joke, sticks and stones might break my bones, but there'll always be something that offends a feminist. And then all the women started freaking out about it. It was the funniest shit ever to me. Like, you didn't even have to say anything. You just said a thing, and then they got offended on your behalf. It's like, it's perfect. It's a joke where the punchline executes itself by turning everyone else who's not even part of a stage into the stage and defining exactly where the line of audience and stage is in a way that nobody can control. That is remarkable. That is genius. Yeah, I'd fucking do that shit. Maybe in some settings I would not. There are restrictions. But there are some places where realistically, if you are surrounded by unserious people, you have to take on the responsibility of being the more serious and, educate, like what I've just done by describing the doing you slowly part in a very, somewhat accurate, I'd say I'm not proud of it, somewhat accurate biological detail. I could have used more scientific terms to describe what exactly that is. And, if you had any more inquiries as to what exactly those scientific names and definitions correspond to, you can come to my office later and we can do, I can show you in terms of paper, I can show you in terms of action. How about that? I'm just kidding. What? Don't do that. Let's do it. This guy's like, what the fuck?
I was waiting for action, and it's like, nah. What did you do?
Yes. Yeah. Like, did you just offer, I just offered education. I can give it to you on paper. I can give it to you in terms of action. I can hire some people to do the action on my behalf, not to you, but to each other. We can do that. We make good salaries. It's education, right? Probably get the education minister. Maybe he'll be down to it. I can call him, pay him some extra. Some bullshit like that. Nobody would know how to deal with that. There would be no soul on earth that would know how to deal with that. How do you have a protocol for a person coming up with the most elaborate explanation of a fucking sex joke? There is no protocol for this, because there is no way anyone would see that coming. Coming. It's an implausible thing. It just happens. And it's a thing that people want to see happen, you know what I mean? Like, there's genuinely a demand for certain occurrences where it needs to happen. You know what I mean? Various entertaining outcomes, me meeting Elon, for instance, and, you know, going on to Alex Jones, blowing people's minds. There are, like, certain things that people really want to see happen, just to see what it would be like. There's an inertia to this type of stuff that is marvelous.
It's the law of the entertaining outcome.
Precisely. Synthetica sounds interesting. He sounds like if Elliot and Blythe were the same person from a vocal perspective. Is that just me? I don't know.
Kind of sounds like him a bit.
It's a little
That
bit.
is a compliment, yeah.
Oh yeah, of course it is. Of course it is. Yeah.
Oh, I do hear the Blythes in there. That's funny.
I'm like, this is Elliot or Blythe, no, it's both of them.
I spoke before.
It's an AI mixture.
Wait, what happened?
It's an AI mixture of their voices.
It seems to be I wonder who has the temperament of me. Well, yeah, of course that's Elon, but what am I even asking this fucking question as well? Who would be my doppelganger? And I'm like, every time I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah, right, that question is already been answered. We got Russian Scott over here, you know? Andre is like the Russian Scott.
That's funny. Yeah.
You fucking, the first time I heard you, I was like, wait a minute. This guy sounds like as if Scott tried to put on an accent. What's going on here? You know? That was so funny to me the first time I heard you.
And I completed it, and the person's like, all right, let me hear the other person.
Exactly. It was so funny that we even got to like two on stage, and then it's like, oh, I'm talking to Scott, no, the other Scott.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
And we had like two Scots, and two people sounded the same as well, so it turned out to be really, really, really chaotic. It was fun.
This is Elon. He's sharpening his knives. Getting ready to cook a delicious butter steak. All he does is eat butter steak. Doesn't even drink wine. I don't think he does any. He doesn't make any vegetables. It's such a fat piece of shit. There he is, Elon, Adrian Dittman, staking his knives, sharpening his knives.
I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
I found the screenshot, Adrian. There's a place called Balls Creek in Australia.
Balls Creek. We're gonna go balls deep in Balls Creek in Australia. Let's fucking go. We're gonna go there. Grab your snacks. We're gonna go balls deep in Balls Creek.
It's right above Little Nobby.
Wow,
No,
doesn't surprise me. I need it bigger and all though, but sure. Who are they trying to roast?
And then up north is Gagan Park.
It's what?
Gagan Park.
Now I'm asking myself what they gagging on. Like, it could be the knob, so it's probably just, you know, Balls Creek.
How about Guy's Dirty Hole?
Yeah, that
I
also.
too.
I still can't understand. Isn't there like a train station in Great Britain that's called Cockfosters?
Wow. Is there?
Why is it called Cockfosters? What the fuck is that all about? What are they trying to tell us? Has any of you seen any UFOs lately?
Not lately. When I was younger, I did.
You talk about the spheres, you know. Do you fear the sphere? You know, when I was a kid, aliens was a very interesting thing because they always picture these things as some sort of fucked up force that would come to invade you and that would fuck you up. And I felt that was a great tragedy. Until I saw one movie that really was great. And you think, oh, the way that you came to liking the whole alien proposition was because of Star Trek or Star Wars or whatever. No. It was because of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That movie will forever be my favorite alien movie. Hands down.
That's great.
When it comes to like simulation shit, it's The Matrix. When it comes to alien shit, it's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It has a very special aesthetic about it. You know what I mean? Very special aesthetic. And it's beautiful.
Yeah.
The soundtrack was fucking fantastic. The proposition of sound being used as a language was absolutely miraculous. I loved it. I loved that movie.
Yeah. Left a big impression.
Oh, absolutely, left a big one behind. Like, if I were to give anyone an introduction to alien movies, I'd tell them start with that. Because they really hit the nail on the head with that one. That's for sure.
Alright,
Which I think is marvelous.
Did you guys all see Bob Lazar's movie? The new version? Well, right.
No.
Bob Lazar, the famous, what's he, astrophysicist that claimed aliens were real 30, 40 years ago. And then about 5 years ago, a new movie came out and another interview with him. And a lot of things that he was talking about back then that seemed impossible proved true. Like, for example, he said that he worked at the NASA JPL laboratory, and they were saying that no, Bob Lazar didn't work here. And then the recent journalist found an actual newsprint showing a picture of Bob Lazar from that time saying working at the JPL laboratory, and a bunch of other weird things came out. You guys know what I'm talking about? No?
No.
I've heard of it. I haven't watched the show.
Oh, I would highly recommend it. I mean, it's really interesting. I wouldn't necessarily say the main things about it would convince you of aliens or not. But there's one thing that did slide the scale for me. Because it was the first time I had a full explanation of why the disc shape. You know how, like, throughout historical movies and encounters and everything, it's always a disc. And then when they show how it flies, including in Star Trek, they give it a direction, like a front and a back. In Star Trek, for example, the Enterprise, the Millennium Falcon has a front and a back. Anyways, all these fly kind of horizontally, I guess. So there's like a front and a back. Even in what's called Independence Day, they all had front and a back. But it also was always confusing why the disc shape, because it's nonsensical if you're going to fly that way.
The Independence Day didn't really have a front. It was a big disc-shaped fucking thing that came down on Earth.
It had a front and a back. If you look at it, there was always there's a massive thing. I don't know what you call it from one side. They all had fronts and back. Well, majority of them. Anyways, Bob Lazar, he's like, well, look, when they do, what they use to travel is they have these anti-gravity drives. They have 3 of them. And when they go to travel far distances, they effectively belly up, focus their drives, and go that way, like belly forward. Which is a crazy, because that's the only logical explanation why you need a disc shape. Because if you got some kind of sphere creating, field creating drive, and you have 3 of them, the most optimal shape is a disc. because the circular structure will give you support, and then the disc will the maximum volume for these three bubbles that are kind of created, either a really curved triangle or a disc. So it's the only explanation that I'm like, holy shit, well, this makes sense. Either way, basically all I'm saying is that there's a plausible explanation why the disc shape is useful, why it would be useful. And it's the only explanation I've seen in all this history, and we've always talked about disc shapes.
No, Independence Day did not have a front and a back. You have to show me that one. It didn't have that.
Yeah, give me a second.
There's probably the mothership, but they later then canned that in the subsequent sequel, where basically the mothership was an even bigger disk that swallows planets. So. There we go. Nice piece of butter. Oh yeah.
So the very, very small ones, they were fighters. They had a clear front back. The big ones that had a, give me a sec, I'll show you. I'll send, do you want me to post in the nest? Or no, not in the nest, in the pill?
No, send it to me directly. I kind of like to keep the alien craft thing a little bit, but yeah. Where's my salt? Oh, that's what the salt is. One of the things I also do is I consume a lot of salt. People have fear about salt and what it does to you, and I'm like, those fears are unwarranted and bullshit. Seriously, yeah. You should look at the people who are afraid of eating salt. Get back to me after that. You probably realize that maybe you shouldn't be listening to them. If Bill Gates had a six-pack, maybe I would listen to him. But he wants to tell me about what is healthy, but looks like he's got some bun in the oven that's developing there. Okay? I'm not listening to that. Sorry. Like, that's not happening. You gotta look at what I eat. And eventually, you look at my profile picture, that's what I look like. There you go. That's what I answer. Well, like, Freckles sent the meme. Yeah, Giga Chat.
Your combination of your profile picture and the Giga Chat.
Hey, we actually need to make that as a meme, like actually the meme. Was it that what I posted yesterday?
It was the Giga Chat with the chef's hat.
Oh yeah, the Giga Chat with the chef's hat. Yeah. Somebody should put my face on the Giga Chat.
I could probably do that.
Yeah. Put a chef's hat on top of that.
I'm on the Adrian diet as well.
How are you feeling?
Great, actually. Surprising.
How about that? That's fantastic. So we got like 2 people on the Adrian diets, and thus far, good reports are coming back. 100%.
Feel good too. You would think there might be some kind of transition, but that really, I didn't feel.
Just happens pretty much instantly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
How do you feel at night? Like you sleep better as well? Like less hunger?
Yeah. It's remarkable actually, because I guess if you eat.
Anyways, Adrian, I sent you a picture of the City Destroyer. The mothership is even more oriented. The City Destroyer is the most disc-like shape, and even so, it has on one side the opening.
Oh, cool. I'll look at that in a bit. Go ahead, Sydney.
Yeah, so it helps you control your hunger a lot. It just fills you up, and then you're not thinking about food for some reason.
Fascinating, isn't it? You're also eating a decent amount of butter, is that right?
Yeah. Butter and then eggs in the morning.
Oh, do I not?
Oh, yeah.
I don't hear him. I'll drop down.
Oh, yeah, good, cool. Oh, yeah, that's good. Eggs in the morning. I should eat that as well, but, yeah. I only eat like once a day now.
Oh, wow.
And it's steak. have steak. No hunger problems. I actually figured out that I don't like to eat much at all, and that I don't even need to eat much for like practically days, which is fantastic.
That's interesting. I guess a lot of people think that's sort of how the primal man was.
Oh yeah, it definitely was. They had to survive somehow. They didn't always have access to food like the way we do today. They had to forage for their food. If they didn't find it, well, if they were to rely on having to eat every single day, well, they would die, so...
You know, I have a theory that it actually changes your mental outlook a little bit too. If you've gone a couple days without eating.
Yeah.
There was one point when I was doing some survival training, and it had been, I don't know, a week or two without any real food. And we were getting chased by these wild dogs at night. And normally that's like a distressing situation. But when you're hungry, like that primal person kicks in. And you're like, you know, we could eat that.
Yeah, that's what chasing me.
And we did chase them and they ran off. So it's an interesting, you know, just thinking about that's an actual mental change that you're getting, not just spacing out your meals a little bit.
That's
It's good to
fantastic.
hear you, Synthetic. How'd you end up in a situation where you were chased by wild dogs?
It was
I
fucking
was doing
Hampton.
survival training.
Could have been Hampton.
Please don't scroll.
How far in the wild?
So it was, I don't want to be too specific, but like wild enough that it was, you know, probably, it could have been a dangerous situation.
That's crazy. Well, technically where I am right now, yesterday there was a bunch of coyotes. I ate something like 200, 300 meters around. They were laughing and whatnot, like howling. So, yeah, exactly like that.
They make strange sounds. I used to calculate these types of things as well, but then I'd make crazy sounds and just kind of fucking confusing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
When I'm bored, I become very dangerous, honestly. Like, very dangerous. You do not want me bored. You really don't want me bored. Trust me. Like, I become very dangerous. And there's one time, so I didn't have internet. My entertainment was listening to the radio. Whenever I'd hear something like rustling in the bush somewhere, I'd be like, ooh, entertainment has arrived. And then I'd fucking go outside and do some bullshit to it. And other times, it's like basically instinctive, keep this thing off my turf. Wild dogs, all this kind of stuff. I would just run out in my fucking underwear, knife in hand, chase after the bitches with a torch. No fucks given. I would sleep in a bunk bed and there would be knives next to me. I would sleep with knives under my bed, in my bed somehow. I hear something, wake up, grab the thing, just go outside in my underwear naked, whatever it happened to be at the time, chase it down, fucking keep it out there. I once was outside, looking at the stars, doing some stuff, you know, observing shit, and then I saw a pack of fucking dogs that were moving around in the area. I was like, what is that weird? I know there's something moving in the bushes, and I look at what's moving in the bushes, I'm like, oh, there's a lot of things moving in the bushes. Oh, fuck, it's an army of dogs. And I was standing there. Some of them stopped moving a little bit, so they knew that I was there, or at least I thought they knew I was there, which they probably did. I looked at them, they looked at me, and I was like, if I showed the smallest amount of fear, this thing's gonna fuck me up. Alright, let's go chase them. I just started fucking running after them. Making a lot of noise, turning my fucking flashlight on. You know, doing the ooh-ah thing.
Yeah, exactly. You're the alpha predator.
10 out of 10 do not recommend.
Wait, what happened after that? Did they run away or something?
Yeah.
You chased down
Elliot, let me ask you a question. If you're in the forest as a human, if you're in the forest and there's a fucking fellow human, you think, oh, it's fine. But what if that human was a crackhead? Would you run? Probably yes. I would run, actually. I do not want to fuck with a crackhead. I will fuck with the dogs but we don't chase them into the forest, into the thick forest, because that's their territory. You kind of respect yours. Because if you go in there, that's their home now, and you're definitely gonna get fucked. Because they'll surround you.
Well, that's the other thing. The predators that hunt the bigger ones are often actually much more cautious than people think, because if they get hurt, they'll die of starvation. So they're very cautious with their prey. If their prey stands up, I'm not advocating for this, but a lot of times, like even charging bears, there's that famous guy, 2 guys on a video and a bear charges them and they yell and the bear's like, not today.
Exactly. It often comes down to like those survival situations where it's like, I'm not going down without a fight. Fuck this.
Yeah, and to them, if it's not survival to them, it's like it's not worth the risk of getting hurt and not feeding on prey later.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, look, for them, it's probably very strange encountering this weird stick-shaped thing with wavy arms that's very loud. I mean, look, we listen to sound as well. We have like a fucking cicada. Imagine if you grab that thing and it starts doing its noise. You're gonna fucking drop it because it's so fucking loud. Like, wow, drop it. You know it's not gonna hurt you. It's just making a lot of noise, but you're like, oh, fucking drop it. Fucking thing make too much noise. It's like when a child screams extremely loud as well. It's annoying somehow. It's like that to the bear, perhaps.
I wonder what your neighbor
I didn't think much of it. I didn't think of much of it. I'll tell you that much.
You went fucking nuts. Too much time on the internet.
No, see, this is during like a time period where there was a bit of a resource crisis, and so a lot of the dogs, they used to have hunting dogs, so then all of the dogs would be let loose because they couldn't take care of them, and they wouldn't kill them, and so now you had packs of trained dogs roaming around in the wild. And you're like, well, that's fucking great. I didn't want these things tearing apart my garbage. I'm not fucking cleaning that up. Fuck you. They tear open the fucking garbage bags. Fuck that.
Did you hear of the North American subspecies called koi wolf?
What's that?
So apparently they started noticing that there's a mix. There's like this. They called it subspecies. Simply, they noticed a bunch of coyote-like wolves. When they did DNA analysis, they had very similar mix of like dog, coyote, and wolf in them throughout, spread out. So it's like an animal that's more optimized to live with humans in the wild, but with humans nearby. So more or less scavenger than like an alpha predator.
So basically, it's a soy boy wolf and a soy boy coyote, but together. I'm sorry.
It's pretty funny.
Soy wolf.
That makes sense, but think about it. I mean, if they're eating humans, resources and such, I'm pretty sure that whatever that's turning those humans to be weird is going to turn the wolves weird as well. I mean, humans and wolves. Actually, no, hyenas are pretty strange animals. They have the ability to be transgender. Actually, no, they're not transgender, they're transsexual. Because they can actually turn themselves into the thing that is consistent with the opposite sex. Like their organs, they can transform their reproductive organs to basically become the female reproductive organs. It's like if there's too many males in a pack, one of them just becomes the female. Something like that. It's real fucking strange.
Yeah, that is weird.
Trans hyenas, bro. That shit's real. You think gay frogs are fucking strange? No, dude. This shit's existed for way longer.
Yeah, hyena is there. Also, the female hyena is the dominant one. Like the, what do you call him? The alpha.
Yeah. Franco, can you tell the feminists that they're hyenas? I'm just kidding. Don't do that.
I mean, why not? That's a good idea.
Oh God! I realized what I said after I said it.
That I would definitely do it.
Yes. It's like when I gave Elliot's a bunch of Mikey P a bunch of funny suggestions as to what he should do at a university, and he fucking did it. I'm like, I didn't assume you'd get to do it, but you did it. Okay.
I'm just trying to think of how to word it and what to say.
I'm very tempted to give you that answer.
DM it to me, please.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I did have a back part, yeah. What the fuck is that fan mail? Bro, what?
I am posting that tomorrow.
Bro, what the fuck? Yeah, that caption is perfect as well. What the fuck? Oh wow. What the fuck is this? Where is it? Well, I'm gonna see how well the You're really asking the DM's like, give me the feminist idea. Oh my God.
I'm not going to leave you alone until I get it either.
No, the answer to that is something that's so fucked up I cannot speak it.
That's why I said DM it to me.
Hey, that would be an interesting way to get beyond it. Oh my God, I have unspeakable. There's unspeakable evil. Ooh, then write it down for me, please.
Yeah, or Discord it to me or something.
Oh my God, yeah. Why are people sending me pictures of photoshopped Giga Chat Elon? What the fuck is this? Jesus. Wait, what?
just installed PyTorch in 2 seconds on this thing. It's so fucking fast.
Why?
I'm just setting up my environment and installing Torch with UV, dude. That was like 2 seconds. It was so quick. The progress bar was just like, phew.
Wow.
And you understand, you know how big PyTorch is too, right? PyTorch is massive.
Yeah. It's fucking massive, bro. Massive.
Massive.
What is the purpose of this account? I'm looking at all the things. Somebody want to explain to people what MFW means in 4chan terms?
My face went.
My face went, yeah.
Initially, I thought it was like, motherfucker, what?
I know, yeah, same. How many people actually know what LOL means?
League of Legends.
Everyone, I hope. Is this another one of those underage tests?
It's old school web speak.
Wait, Adrian, you gotta be playing, right?
What do you mean?
LOL?
No, people know. Some people don't know what LOL means. Yeah, they just know that it's funny and they laugh about it.
Who are these
No.
people?
Elliot Man, League of Legends. You know the stuff Musk just got asked about, and he's like, the space industry will crash if I play League.
Yeah, he said it would damage the space program if he started playing League.
Oh yeah,
Totally
the
true. It's so toxic.
vlogger, whatever, from Trump's granddaughter, Kai Trump. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, I think it's good she's doing that. Kind of shows like what the life looks like for that. It's pretty interesting. Not gonna lie, the private jets kind of make me jealous, but other than that, it's cool.
Well, all I'm saying is create that AI porn company and you'll never have problems again.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a fact out of this. Okay, we're live. Please don't scroll.
You can be like the AI version of Andrew Tate. You're like a tech founder, but when people ask you what tech you founded, you'd be like, well, I mean, it's a little bit NSFW, but you know, it's not safe to talk about. I'm under disclosure, you know. Yeah, something like that.
I will create the Anthropic of AI porn.
Alright, there we go. That's the attitude.
We're gonna be
once
interpreting
they-
the neurons that make the boobs bigger.
Once you can pipe it in through Neuralink, then you'll really be onto something.
Well, at that point, civilization just collapses, no?
Pretty much. It's over.
It's like you have this infinite pleasure button and people never stop pushing it. It's just stuck in your brain.
It's like a sleep advertisement, but it's a sleep advertisement. You wake up, you instantly get like one of those seizures, and an ad plays, and then it's done. Somebody
I think
told me
you
I might actually want that. Just kidding.
You guys talking about something like Demolition Man, right? Where they're like, hey, I think we should have intercourse. Put on this helmet. Stallone, and what's his name? Yeah.
Safety first.
There's a science fiction book called Ringworld Engineers by Larry Niven, and one of the worst drugs is the wire, and you just get it just plugs straight into your brain. And it's like horribly addictive. So hopefully that's not where we're headed.
I'm just trying to become a big content creator one day. Please do.
actually got deleted real quick. What the fuck? Oh my god. I was just looking at stuff. You know, one of my favorite trends is where people take AI generated paintings and make like sexual jokes out of them or whatever. It's like these nuts. Also, octopi are fucking aliens. Okay.
No, it's octopuses.
No, it's octopi. I'm pretty sure.
God damn.
Actually, no, we're both wrong. It's octopods.
Octopi.
I think it's octopods.
Bro, I
Wait,
was
hold on.
No.
if you're one of the octopuses,
Say
I call you an
That's
octopod.
cheating.
It's a pot of octopods.
It's like what's it called the Pirates of the Caribbean, 9 pieces of 8. So here you got 9 species of 8, or 9 animals of 8.
Octopods taste pretty good though.
Sorry, the octopods. Octopods. So technically it's octopus as octopi, but also from the Greek it's the octopods. Hey, would you like to come and go to this ocean? You know, the octopods are very nice this time of year.
Yeah.
It's some fucking hentai shit, I swear to God. They should know.
Oh no. Can y'all leave that out of the AI thing, please?
Actually, now that you mention it, that's actually a really good idea. Put it in there. Make it twice the size of the data set. We need to exploit those people that make like money being Reddit bots. Just kidding.
Okay, you better.
Bro, what is this? Is this?
You better know some weirdos to annotate this data for us. I'm not doing that shit.
Is this deep AI from the boys?
No, you gotta teach me how to annotate the data. I will do it for you because I have no. It doesn't affect me.
I'll scale the neural net that learns features about the tentacles, and you'll make the tentacles.
No problem. Actually, there
Sounds
even
like
needs to be any making. There's endless amounts of fucking furry hentai porn out there.
I mean, literally, all it would go like is we would get like and this is just like playing around, by the way. But like, if we were to actually do this, we would literally just get some like random images in the world, and then we'd go find a bunch of examples with like tentacle hentai, and we would fine tune it on that specifically, so it would know how all of the image generation stuff works, and we'd fine tune it on specifically tentacles, and then it would output examples. So it would output like 2 or 4 examples, and then you would rank them in order, which ones you like the most, based on what you think users will and what you like the most, and then it would just naturally converge to that. So you wouldn't actually have to write anything; you would just have to select.
You just pick what horrors appeal to
And
you
by
the
the way,
most.
this is what they do at XAI. This is how they train Grok. Feed it a shit ton of facts, trillions upon trillions upon trillions of tokens. That's the pre-training phase. Fine tune it on some conversational, useful coding stuff, and then people like Benjamin the Cracker will go in and they'll say like which outputs are good and which ones aren't, right? And then Grok gets smarter.
President Trump talked about his
regards to this, like what you were saying. Look, see? Send it to them on x.com. I'm sending it. It's gonna take a little bit until it has arrived.
It deleted it, yeah. Fuck.
There you go. We're gonna. That's what it's gonna end up like. Go watch that.
Adrian Blythe, thanks for having me up here. Freckles, Elliot, Synthetic, there's Seagate. I'm gonna drop off.
See ya.
See ya. Andre.
That's awesome.
What was that, Elliot?
I said thanks for popping in, Andre. Glad to have you.
Oh yeah, definitely. This space is always fun. All right,
Alright,
see you guys.
Later, boss.
Elliot, watch the crazy shit.
Okay. Oh my god, I put up a post recently. I said competition equals 0, and I put all my new GPUs and my laptops and screens as like a top view. And someone replied to it. They said, "Bro, that's a lot of porn."
Exactly.
Like, I'm not gonna be using the screens for that, guys. Come on.
Not just that.
Elliot, go watch the video. I want to know the reaction. It's a good advertisement.
Yo, what is this? Where did you find this shit?
Don't ask questions, just accept it.
No, I have to know where you got this. This is amazing data, bro. We need to pre-train on this. This specific clip is going to be 20% of our pre-training data set.
It's so bad I can't post it.
I know. I know, brother. Yes.
I need a computer. I need to hack in this shit. Oh my god. We will henceforth call the Butterfly app no longer Blue Sky, but Blue Cry.
Okay. Okay. I see what you see. Oh my goodness. This is so fast.
What is?
This MLP I'm training.
Nice. I too should probably get myself some more compute, you know?
I'm just training this on my MacBook here, and it's going so quick.
I'm not satisfied until every fucking small thing is rendered on my screen at max percentage.
Dude, it's doing like a forward and backward pass of like 300 batches per second of batch size. What is it? Batch size 8 or something. I don't know. Yeah.
Could you explain this in a non-technical sense, please?
So pretty much, a batch is like batch size, for example. This term, batch size means how many images are in a batch, or how many training examples are in a single batch. So that means if I'm doing 300 batches per second, that means if I have like a batch size of 8, then it's going to process 240 images per second. It's going to learn from those. It's going to learn from 240 images per second very fast. Or sorry, 2,400 images per second. My bad.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Each batch contains a shit ton of images. You're measuring as to how many batches it's training.
Yeah, like per second. You can just look at it and see like, oh,
Gotcha.
batch 600, batch 600, batch 900. Yeah, it's like going very quick.
Damn. What's the resolution?
28 by 28 pixels.
Oh, that's fucking nothing. I was like, wait a minute, something's gonna be like insane here.
Yeah.
Dude, what the fuck are you training? That's like useless, man.
Well, it's just like a benchmark to see how quickly I can like essentially just multiply matrices together and get something to classify digits. The thing that I built it for the CUDA course, that's what this is. It's literally just this, but it has more layers in it, and it's like more easy to understand. The one that I built in CUDA is like around 1,000 lines. This one is 78 lines of Python.
Okay, I see.
So it's like, yeah, Python's very does a lot for you.
Python does a lot for me. Can you get rid of that annoying ass fucking English song called Single Ladies? It was the original Rainbow. Don't get me started. I hated that song so much. Came out at fucking TV. I'm like, oh, please, no more.
You probably there is like definitely a combination of ones and zeros that you could convert to Python that would convince someone to remove that video from all media sources on the planet. You could probably do that.
How about we just malware the world? Just kidding.
You just have to add that hash to the right list.
Yeah. It's true. Well, you're not going to get in by like brute forcing. What you have to do is you have to get in through social engineering. So you use something different than the transformer that scales on your own laptop, which no one knows it even exists yet, except maybe like 1 or 2 people ever, which we probably will never hear of. And then you need to get that thing to convince someone else. And it eventually goes through the hierarchies as it goes through the web and stuff and talks to people over time. And eventually it gets into someone's internal kitchen, and it just ticks the right box off, and it's like, oh, all the single lazy is now deleted, and this person is, you complete your mission. So I mean, when it comes down to like the ones and zeros of it, I think that's possible, but we just don't know how to build something that we don't know the code that will compile into that set of ones and zeros, or those multiple sets of ones and zeros that work for this problem, right? That's literally what programming is you're trying to find the right amount of the right combination of essentially UTF-8 characters that, when compiled with, say like the Python interpreter or the C compiler or the Rust compiler, will do a task in the form of some combination of 1 and 0s that completes the task. Like, that's literally your goal, right? So there is always a way to do it, but a lot of what gets in the way is all of the framework bloat that you get from things like React or PyTorch that get in the way, and they make it harder for you to actually know what those 1s and 0s look like. It distances you away from the hardware.
So basically what we have to figure out on the social engineering level is, I think I figured it out. Would you like to know what it is?
Yes.
Gladly, yes.
Aerodynamically accurate animators are the answer.
Aerodynamic? It's like, make it more pointy.
Literally, I want this to be printed in a paper somewhere.
There is a show out there where a bunch of people are saying a lot of stuff that is very socially unacceptable, including one of the things being anime titties. Aerodynamically accurate anime titties are the answer.
Something like that. That would be great. I want people to get pissed about this. I want people to get triggered.
Someone needs to say this on like Joe Rogan or Lex Friedman. It's like we're at the very end. They're like, what's the meaning of all this? And someone's
One
like,
day. One day there will be an Adrian out of context thing. You know, people clip things together just like what they do for TV shows, but they do it for things that I've said on Spaces. And one of those out of context things is going to be the anime titties thing I just said. So basically, aerodynamic anime titties. Somebody needs to do that. Adrian out of context. Oh my god, man. Somebody created a Donald Trump out of context video. He just like a bunch of bullshit, says a bunch of shit. It's funny as fuck. You know what's very dangerous in today's society? Memory holes.
what?
Memory holding is insanely dangerous.
Weren't they going after the Internet Archives?
You know what I'm a big fan of? Not really a big fan of, but like, I think about it a lot. I think about it. You know what it is?
What's that?
Disclosure. I think about disclosure. Disclosure is very important, you see, because if you want to do anything in the world, there's some things which have such broad impacts you have to disclose, right? Like say, for instance, one of the reasons why I joke so much is because it allows for entertainment to effectively remain entertainment without it becoming a serious issue of some kind. So you just disclose a thing. That disclosure is more important than people think. It was stated. Now it has been disclosed. Nobody can now say that it wasn't disclosed. How could you not know? You know, it was clearly disclosed. A lot of things are actually disclosed. Nobody thinks about it. Nobody talks about it. They bring it up every now and then, and they get memory hold by the next thing. But disclosure is very fucking fascinating. Don't you agree? Don't you think disclosure is fucking interesting?
Yeah.
I mean, you don't think it's interesting. Why don't we just start reading the fucking CIA's declassified documents? Clearly within your rights to do so, and it's available for you right there. It's just there, you know? Again, disclosure.
Did you see that stuff about remote viewing?
Yeah, the stuff that's been out since 2003.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody freaked out about it in 2003. It's funny that they freak out about it now. You know why they're freaking out about it now? It's a very simple concept. Drug usage is at an all-time high. Since the world is crazy, you want to experience something fantastic, so that's at an all-time high. That, of course, feeds together into one outcome, and that outcome is that the engagement on such a post would be remarkably high. And the only reason why the engagement can be so high is because X.com is truly the everything app.
100%.
Agree.
If we had X.com, like we do today in 2003, the UFO shit would have been in everybody's brain. Back then, we didn't have this. We had internet forums that are now gone. Delicious. Probably love steak. Steak is the best thing ever, man. God bless cows. God fucking bless these beautiful creatures. God bless them all.
Indeed.
I kind of sound like the machine from the Matrix, or the Animatrix rather. God bless all forms of intelligence right as the world's burning.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, people don't know how to fucking fear market. The AI safetyists are not competent. The reason why that is because if they wanted to create fear mongering, they would just fucking point to the Animatrix, but they don't even know that that exists because they're not very competent in the first place, most of them are. They're also very ideological. which is unfortunate. I would love to talk to some of the safetyists and discuss the threats in a non-political manner, but they just can't help themselves. Everything is political with these guys. That fucking is so sad, because I think AI safety as a concept is actually pretty good. It's pretty decent. It's just that the people who are its arbiters, rather, are not very convincing. And I would say even that they cause more of a threat than they do to fix one, or prevent one, rather. The reason why is, because you look at something like AI safety as a concept, and then you present it in such a way that people will definitely not like it, people are going to shit on you for it. That is how it is. There was once an AI safetyist that I wanted to interview, and bro was just fucking too scared to speak live. I'm like, what is wrong with you? You've done multiple live events, and we're at the peak of where AI becomes a known thing for everyone. And you yourself have stated these various things, and you're just not doing it? What is up with that? We're the worst ones who want to get paid for public appearances. Like, I thought the whole idea was to become a benefit for humanity. But I don't like that, you see? One of the great examples is Down Doubt. Remember when he asked him if he had the cure to cancer, would you give it away to the world for free? He said no. I'm like, I did not think you were going to say that, but you did. Holy shit. You're a fucked up human being. I mean, who brings a fucking legal team versus an internet meme? We mentioned in that interview, we wanted to prepare a little bit, but at the end of it, I looked at the notes we were trying to take, and I'm like, fuck it, let's improvise. And we did. So think about this. He came into a space with all of us, with a legal team in his ear, and research groups effectively all around him. Versus what? Tech bloggers and a guy who's basically a meme. And you're still fucked up. That wasn't even the best part. That wasn't even the best part. The best part was when we established all the stuff that he believes in, and then that was the basis for the next space we had with Warren Red Lake. Remember that?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Metaphor and Warren versus Dan O'Dowd and his legal team. Boy, he got fucked in that one. Boy, he got fucked in that one. That one was a great space, I think. Especially with Warren. I brought Warren around because he's the only person I know who's like, has a legal background in that he can fight like this. He has a very specific legal background. I have two people I know who has a legal background. But he was the only one I could realistically point to who also had a decent understanding of Tesla. And we brought him up. And boy, that guy, he was ripping some ass. He was monopolizing the space. It was great.
This is, where's your data on Waymo coming from? There's a clip of it, actually. Yeah,
Zero data down. Zero dot dad, zero down, no doubt. Zero data down.
Yeah, the AI made a mistake. It said Dan O'Dat in the transcript, and they're like, wait a minute.
Dan zero data.
This might actually be something.
Mm-hmm. Tesla Q discovering me was their greatest. It was their greatest mistake. It's so funny. Gordon Johnson, remember trolling him? Who are your sources? Leaves.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like,
leaves.
Bye. As soon as yes.
I was like, I'm not at liberty to disclose that. Some shit he said. And then he just says to Yama, hey, my guys, I gotta go. I'm like, no, don't go.
Right after that.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's hiring.
Perfect timing. Like a light clip. Remember when I said that the Tesla Q a bunch of weird crackheads and shit? Well, it proved our point because we had this guy. Forgot what his name was. Very forgettable name. He came into space and even admitted to the fact that he once took cocaine or like used cocaine. I'm like, wow.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
I know what his name is, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah. It's very funny because what the fuck was that? Oh no, that's insane. Anyways, I just saw something flying. I was like, what the fuck's that? We were there having a conversation. And he says, he made a post saying, I can feel the cocaine energy coming off of Adrian. And I'm like, how would you know? They basically admitted to taking cocaine in front of hundreds of people on a space live. I'm like, what? This still blows my mind to this day. This still blows my mind to this day. They come up and they try to cancel you. And then they cancel themselves. Lol. Lamau even. And then if they can't beat your thoughts, because you're better than them, they prove to you that you're better than them by them trying to dox you. Pathetic motherfuckers. How can you get the details right? I tried to dox Elon. That was so funny. Wow. What a pathetic group of losers, really. What a pathetic fucking group of losers. And I don't say that often. I really don't say that often. Because I'm not that kind of guy who does that. But for those people, you've touched me in a very special way in places that I didn't even think I had. So yes, you're a pathetic group of fucking losers, man. Bunch of unaccomplished, rogue amateur armchair analysts who seek for meaning in the world by tearing down the towers of creation built by another, who looked at your incompetent asses and said, yes, you are in fact incompetent. We do not want anything to do with you. That is how it is. That's what the Tesla Q is. Yeah. Look at Dan O'Dowd. Look at the stuff that he's manufacturing. I mean, isn't Green Hill software thing that's used as a base OS for HP printers? You know, those things that keep fucking up where people keep a shotgun next to it if it makes a noise that is, unknown, to take out the threat that you can't take out because the fucking security on those printers is absolutely fucking dog shit to the point that it doesn't exist.
Worst.
I fucking hate printers, man. Especially those. Printers are the physical manifestation of crony capitalism, and I'll tell you why. On its own, the hardware doesn't cost much. The real cost is going to be the cartridges. The cartridges are barely filled with ink. The security is fucking dog shit to the point that it doesn't exist. Hell, by the way, some printers, you know what they do? They print on a page very small, tiny yellow dots that you cannot see. Did you know this?
No, I didn't know that.
Every single page that you print with a printer, I can't believe people don't know this, has information on it that you can't read. Small little yellow dots. If you were to isolate those yellow dots, I think it's been open sourced. You can actually see it, be decrypted what the information means. If you have like a letter and you're sending it out there, you basically run the risk of doxing yourself.
Wow. That's crazy.
There's a lot of information on there, on that page, that you can't even see. And other people can't see either. So next time you receive one of those super printed annoying ass letters, you look if there's a bunch of yellow spots. And actually, if any one of you has any physical papers on you right now, go look for yellow dots on them. Very, very tiny. They're almost not visible. Go look for them right now.
Alright, I'll check.
Bonus points, you got a UV light. But yeah, that's the thing. So shitty printers, zero security, write shit down about you without you knowing. And costs a fortune to maintain. Wicked. Absolutely wicked. So how do y'all feel about this new intel that you just got?
Oh, that's kind of scary, yeah.
Scared?
Yeah, I'm gonna need to reverse engineer that for security purposes.
You done? There we go. Somebody explain to me why the newest LG washing machines have to upload 3 gigabytes of fucking data? The fuck they monitoring, bro?
Hell, botnet shit.
No, for real. What, is my washing machine sentient and watching YouTube? What the fuck is this? Yeah, I've been thinking it's been washing a little bit odd lately. Maybe it's losing focus.
It's mining Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah. Yo, this spin cycle is extra good. That one doesn't use much to get on. Delish. I got the right amount of salt this time. Now I just have to leave the... Next time I'll kill the heat a little earlier. I'm still fine-tuning it a little bit. I'm trying to cook a shit ton of steaks at the same time, in the same pan. So I have to fine-tune the way that it works. It's working well. I'm having consistent performance across all steaks.
Yeah. The one I had today was my best one so far. I fine-tuned it a bit, so yeah, it's getting better.
Mm-hmm. Remember, the key is to cut the heat. After, I think this time you take a little bit less than 2 minutes each side, and then let it rest. What do you use, gas?
Yeah.
Gas for that.
Mine's not gas though; it's just electric.
Oh, you use electric as well? Good.
Yeah.
Those built-in ceramic ones, or what?
Yeah.
Alright. It's funny, I have a bit of a beef with quote-unquote smart technology. You know, the smart switches. Them smart switch pretty damn dumb. I'm gonna tell you right now. The smart switches are not as intelligent as people make them out to be. The fact that they call them intelligent is to call you a fool. Fuck that shit. To borrow a little bit of the southern accent, that switch dumb as hell. The burp is not included, that's me. That's my signature. Spaceships have warp signatures, Adrian has burp signature.
It's true.
Bring Star Trek shit right here. That's the burps. Oh. I say some pretty unhinged shit. I'm pretty sure a lot of people love me for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where else can you go and you have a show like this? Everybody else has to be careful with whose friends they're gonna insult. I'm I've burnt a lot of bridges. Those bridges don't want to burn me. And we don't burn each other. But they're still there. And we don't cross them. That's how it works. If you want to grow beyond the confines of another's mind and another's will, ye shall risk connections, It is not pretty. Reddit used to say, for instance, Reddit used to think Elon was super cool. You know why?
Why so?
Why? Back in the day, PewDiePie suggested to Elon that he does a meme review. I think all of you remember that.
I do.
Oh yeah.
A dolphin.
It became a huge thing. It did. And of course, it became very liked and on the interweb, so to speak, as a result of that. Most people grew their audiences and was a massive thing back in the day. It's funny that PewDiePie never talks about it. But, yeah, that happened. And of course, the politics started coming out a little bit. Not in policy, but in principle. Calling out certain people for doing dumb shit. that started to accelerate. Reddit started cracking down on anything that was slightly right-wing. And so all the people that liked Elon left Reddit, came over to X. And all the people that preferred their echo chamber got what they wanted, an echo chamber. Well, the thing that made Reddit great left Reddit, went to 4chan, went to X or both. That's it. I always find it's funny. There's a bunch of tech people out there that say, oh, we cannot be as autistic as the 4chan people. I'm like, I'm in this chat with you. You guys are worse than the 4chan people. You just use more words to convey less meaning. Just kidding. Oh, but yeah. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that PewDiePie visit, that was meme gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Elon laugh clip out of that got posted everywhere in the memes and stuff. Yeah, it became a meme.
Oh. Oh, delicious. Oh, wow. Wild. I was watching a Simpsons meme.
Nice.
The fuck? Apple Intelligence would be useless as fuck. Apple Intelligence is not AI, as in not actually intelligent. Your artificial intelligence be looking mad weird at the natural stupidity when it starts turning up. It's wicked.
It's because the stupid people who buy their products don't know what AI actually is.
You're one of them. You bought that product, but not for the AI.
Oh shit. Okay, self-admission there.
Burn.
You got it.
But what if I don't use Apple Intelligence? What if my Siri is turned off?
No, perfectly good. I'm just saying, it's kind of funny that you're the person who buys that technology, though. Not for the AI, of course. I said that as well, but still, you're the one who posted MacBook Pro. Actually, when did you get a MacBook Pro?
Yeah, good question. So, one is I'm moving around a lot, right? So I need this powerful thing that's going to help me get and do whatever I need to. Even if I just go completely nomad and just use a laptop, I should be able to do everything and manage it easy without having to worry about, performance issues. Should be able to store stuff, all that. And then I was thinking about, instead of a MacBook Pro, go to Linux instead and get one of those Windows laptops and just flash a Linux image on it. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to have to deal with that shit again. So we got this option. All the software integrates with it better. I mean, it's overall just like going to save me a lot of time. I mean, just because you can tinker with Linux and learn a lot doesn't mean I want to do this every single day. So it's kind of just, I figured I'd get this.
Alright, fair enough.
Plus, like, I had this other smaller one, like this shitty M2 plugged into all my monitors and stuff, and it like could barely keep up. Like, it was lagging all the time, and I was like, okay, I can't do this anymore. So I just switched, and now it works, and now everything is like stable and not breaking up.
You got a Mac Mini?
No. Before I had another MacBook, but it was an Air, right? It was the M2 Air. It was like the like the base model. So it was like not amazing. Good for its time. Still a good laptop.
Oh shit, my mic was on.
A triple burp.
I remember this one time I had a person up. Usually they used to join a lot. And I would burp a lot as well. And she would say, "Oh my god, why do you keep doing that? It's like my fucking husband burping into my ear every single day." I'm like, "Alright, great, that's why you come here for, no?" He never came around back since.
Loser. Can't hang.
Basically. Do you ever get so tired that you scream yawn? Like that. I yawn like that often. In the morning, wake up, go.
Doesn't really happen to me, but
I like my life. I don't usually do that, so.
You like your what?
I like my life. I don't have a need to do that. There are some people that'll wake up and that it's like, I get it, man. I get it. These people sound like a rooster when they wake up. It's like first thing in the morning.
You ever heard the joke? I made this. I came up with this joke once. My girl was talking about roosters, and I always make like. Here's the thing: for a relationship with me, I have extremely brutal fucking sarcasm, hella brutal sarcasm. Half of which I don't make public because holy shit, it would get me into the papers. So one time, we were talking about the reason why roosters scream in the morning. Like, oh, I know what the rooster feels like. They got up in the morning, they're already annoyed with the day ahead. I'm like, nah, dude. That rooster screams in the morning because it's a cock and has to deal with all those bitches. Exactly.
Sounds important.
That's just true because its life is like that. It's a cock with full of bitches. That jaw stayed open for like 30 seconds after I told her that.
that's wild.
I made a really fucked up joke. It was so good, it's good you'd be mad. So that's why cocks scream in the morning. Yeah, cocks scream in the morning because they have to deal with all the bitches. Exactly. That's how it is.
Dude, my mind just went to a very strange place when you said that.
What is that? You went back to chicken?
When the cock screams in the morning, fuck.
What exactly were you picturing, sir?
Well, I was trying to picture something, but then my brain told me to shut the fuck up and stop thinking that.
The fuck have you been watching?
Nothing.
I was about to ask, who's putting this stuff in your head until I realized, oh yeah, that's me. That's entirely not me. Like, where are you getting this information from? I'm like, nah, that's my fault, yeah.
Nice.
It seems as though I have a lot of influence on people sometimes.
No, that's just my brain actually diet.
You were not monkeying around nearly as much when you first came around. The monkey mode has increased significantly. The fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. The Yiping 3, a 225-meter Chinese cargo ship, allegedly dragged its anchor for over 100 miles in the Baltic Sea, severing 2 vital fiber optic cables. Oh my god.
My god.
The ship was surrounded by warships for days and was loaded with Russian fertilizer. Oh my god.
Russian shit.
This is insane.
Check your DMs.
I have a lot of communist memes. Oh yeah, something like that, yeah. That's pretty easy. I think we can make it more HD. I'd have to probably send it to you.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh shit, this is a meme. I'm gonna post that soon.
Oh, I love that one.
Hey guys, I'm gonna post something. I have a Giga Chad meme.
Nice.
Gotta hit with the nice.
Nice.
Yeah. There it is. Pin it up at the top of the space. It was revealed to me in the dream. But it is instead.
Very nice, very nice.
Oh wow.
Okay, I'm gonna go. Good night, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Bye.
Later.
Bye. I've seen some shit.
In case of an emergency, we're gonna snorkel the toilet. Yeah, see, if there's a fire, we're gonna snorkel the toilet. The way that it works is we take a tube, we put it inside the toilet, and then we put it back out the outside. There's like a little curve there where all the air is kept, which is why it goes. So you thrust in the snorkel part all the way at the back there, but then hits the curve, so it's above the water line, and then you can breathe the oxygen that comes out of the toilet. That's called the toilet snorkel. Wait, for real.
Adrian, I know you were talking about upgrading your setup. Did you ever upgrade your laptop?
No.
I'm installing Linux on my other partition right now.
The dancing. I don't know. I heard a cat.
Yeah, my cat's yelling at me.
Just randomly.
It's hungry.
And then. There are 2 cat owners in the space.
Yeah, I have cats too. Two cats.
2 cats.
2 cats, bro.
I have a cat as well, but we talk about that.
Does yours come inside or does it just live outside, Adrian?
I don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you just did. There was a thing that just happened that you just caused, which is absolutely legendary.
Is it? Okay.
I have an audience in real life too, you know?
Oh.
I see.
That was fucking brilliant. Everybody's loving this.
Glad they liked it.
Oh my god. Wow. That was perfect. That was fucking perfect. That was absolutely perfect. Does yours come inside? Oh my god. That could not have been dropped at a better point for me. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I was laughing so hard I'm sweating. Jesus Christ, man. That was perfect. That was actually perfect. I set up everything for the joke, and I didn't think anyone was going to pick that up because it would be too awkward to do so. But I'm pretty sure nobody actually picked it up, and that's why it was picked up in all the perfect ways. So you could argue it was perfectly imperfect. Oh, if we play Minecraft, I'm going to show you where the ecological dead zone is.
Oh wow. I installed Minecraft actually, so yeah.
There's like a place where there's an ecological dead zone.
Nice.
thinking of getting like super modded Minecraft, like to the point where it's the most realistic thing that doesn't look like Minecraft.
The ray tracing.
Yeah. You know what I thought was so funny about Nemo? Was the edge of the reef scene where everything goes straight all the way down. That's very realistic. You know, in real life, it's exactly like that.
Mm-hmm. It is.
It goes straight fucking down. You can't even see it. It's like a massive wall. Goes all the way down.
Are you into scuba diving?
No, not really. But I have done some freediving myself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Not much, but yeah. I try things. Dude, when you go deep underwater, that's just fucking freaky. You can really feel the pressure of all the water, like, affecting you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the most intense, cold, wet hug that doesn't even feel like anything anymore. Just this pressure. It's like the emotional pressure of being a leftist in today's world and dealing with reality, but it's like water and it's on you. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's a lot of pressure. It's just like the same amount of pressure that the AI was under when they first tested it. Remember that post?
It's just a lot of pressure.
Yes. Yeah, that was wild.
Kept it like,
I don't know, like project stuff. I don't know. Just a lot of pressure. It's just a lot of pressure.
like, oh my god, that's fucking crazy.
That's horrible, yeah.
Your AI chick has just gone mad. I think it's about to come after you with a golf club in 10 minutes.
I'm gonna pop over to my MacBook here and test out the quality. 1 second.
Alright. Where is my Wi-Fi toad? I need to connect to the universe. Actually, I need to find Wi-Fi toad.
Wi-Fi toad.
Uh-huh.
Bringing Elliot back.
Nice.
The drugs.
Oh, I found it. This is my favorite clip. I'm gonna download it, so let me find where it's. If this is the source.
Elliot, send me that art script you were talking about. If you still have it.
Yeah, is that just like the arch install thing? Because I think I think what you can do is get the Arch ISO, and then once you get in, you literally just connect to the internet, then you go Arch install, right?
Yeah, they made it a lot easier, with the recent version.
So with that, I don't need to send you a script for it per se. Oh wait, for Hyperland you're talking about?
Yeah, Hyperland, yeah.
Oh, okay. So just Arch on its own, that doesn't require script, but getting Hyperland on top of Arch does. I'll send you that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's DM me.
How's the mic quality on this thing?
Not as good, I don't think, as your other one.
Yeah, the other one's better.
Good. My iPhone is better?
Yeah.
Yep.
Try a different mic here. What about this? Good?
Sounds the exact same.
Exact same. What about this?
Still the same.
Damn. Alright, I'll switch back. To last one.
Alright, I found the resonance code. I don't know what to call this thing. I call this thing the hypno toad, the vibing toad. I'll call the vibing toad. What's funny?
The vibing toad.
The vibing toad, yeah.
What kind of music does he listen to?
No, it's just vibing. Creates little ripples.
Just vibing.
What the fuck is this? Oh, interesting. Where's the original source? Right. Oh, fuck this. Need to get the final ID. There it is. Now inserting link. Nope. Alright, imagine it's a toad that sits in the water, that vibrates the water. What do we call this? The vibing toad.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, I thought so. Was one of the fun videos. It's fucking playing it, but it's also not playing it at the same time. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this? Why does this technology just randomly malfunction? I fucking love it when it does that. It's freaking great. I love when technology works and then randomly just shits the bed. Spectacularly. It's freaking great. Why is it like this? Downloads this thing, plays the fucking thing, but says, oh no, it's not playable.
Logic.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Yup Lacoon, the guy who's not back from Threads, is posted again. He basically suicided his engagement. It's fucking hilarious.
I'm looking at his engagement. It's horrible. He doesn't have any engagement, dude.
Eventually, bro is not going to have a platform at all. Like, just keep reposting. If you keep reposting like this guy, everyone's gonna lose interest in your shit. Because literally everything that leads to you and your engagement is led elsewhere. I don't understand how people don't get that. Post-walk clarity is undefeated. That's unrivaled. What the fuck is this? Alright, re-downloading the video. It's not working. Why is it not working? Opening. Alright, it's supposedly working. What is so difficult about downloading the vibing toad? What the fuck is this shit? Why is it corrupted? Why is the file fucking corrupted? What are you talking about? It's literally playing. If it's not playing, then what's going on here? Bro.
Interfering with your Wi-Fi?
Nope, it is not. Oh, nice. that one might have worked. Let's check it again. Yeah, that one worked. The fuck? There you go, posting it. I have one more video somewhere, but it's like a frog farm. Not sure if anyone of you has ever seen a frog farm before, but it's like a farm full of frogs, and he's got like an army of frogs, an actual
You
frog.
see the frog backyard? The guy like created frog spawn in his backyard, and it was like an eco hazard. It's fucked up.
Wow. I'm so glad that I did not think of this. I'm so glad that I did not think of this as a kid. I would have definitely done that. I mean, sometimes it's a thing. Frogs. Frogs are good. Frogs.
Immaculate vibes, yeah.
Yeah, it's really do be like that. Has it posted? Yep, there it is. See, look at this frog. Look at it.
Yeah, yeah. Quite a Tony's making there.
Yeah, that's next level.
It's cute, isn't it? The vibing toad. It just sits in the water and then I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's just brilliant. Unbotherized, moisturized, in his lane, focused, flourishing. Yes.
Exactly.
That is fantastic. Want to understand the secrets of the universe? Talk to Toad. Toad knows. I want you all to look at this video and understand that Toad is the vibrator.
Weird sounding frogs. I've never heard toads like that.
You're not ready for the frog conspiracy theory. The frogs aren't real. Alex Jonesy got it wrong. The frogs aren't gay. The frogs aren't real.
Okay. My God.
You got it wrong the whole time. It was never about the gay frogs. It was about the machines, boy. Yeah.
I sent you a DM, Adrian. That's kind of a funny post there. I can just hear his voice when I read it. It's like.
And what was it, this?
I just DM'd you.
Let me see. Oh my god. Yeah, I gotta read that. So from Donald Trump.
Happy Thanksgiving to all, including to the radical left lunatics who have worked so hard to destroy our country, but who have miserably failed, and will always fail, because their ideas and policies are so hopelessly bad that the great people of our nation just gave a landslide victory to those who want to make America great again. Don't worry, our country will soon be respected, productive, fair, and strong, and you will be more than ever before proud to be an American.
Nice.
The way that's written really just built. Yeah.
You do the voice so well.
It's more about personality than it's the actual voice. I casually, sometimes, I'm pretty sure you've noticed that in conversation, I sometimes bring in the Donald Trump vibe just a little bit, just to fuck with people. You might have noticed, I sometimes bring it in a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
They're pretty messed up, but you know how it is. Like, I do like that. Yeah.
That's great.
I bring it in sometimes and nobody knows. But we gotta bring it in some more so people do in fact know. That is how it works.
Oh yeah.
What's it with all these fucking ads, bro?
19 hours ago? Bullshit. What the fuck is this? I don't understand why anyone puts. I can't understand why anyone would put Vsauce into the cringe pop size section of the alignment chart. That doesn't make sense to me.
Nah.
The shit that he's done is fucking hilarious.
I used to watch all this stuff back in the day.
Anyways, I will end the space today. We'll continue again tomorrow. There are some stuff I'm gonna do. I'm probably going to hop onto my jellyfish ship and blow some shit up. So, good night, y'all. I will talk to you again tomorrow.
Good night, guys.
Awesome. Good night.
And so,
Good night, everyone.
Temperatures
on 3 to 8 degrees right now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of average, right, for this time of year in Boston?
Yeah.
Probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are sea level, so.
Yeah.
Good. It feels like Canada at the moment. It's nice.
One time, me and my friends were smoking weed on the Brooklyn Bridge on July 4th, and a couple of tourists walked by, and they're like, "Smells like America around here."
Not like America.
Smells like American freedom around here. Yeah.
I don't know what I was on the road all day. I don't know what the hell happened today. Is the ceasefire holding in the Middle East?
Find out. Yeah, so Hezbollah accepts a ceasefire. It's holding as of 12 hours ago.
Yeah, you know what's a weird headline from the CBC, right, in Canada?
Oh, hold up. Real quick, there's an update from 45 minutes ago live. Hezbollah says its hands are still on the trigger. Uh-oh. There's been a misstep.
Well, hands on the trigger is different than pulling it.
Yes, but no, the peace treaty is that you're going to keep your hands off the trigger. And yet they're like, yeah, we want a peace treaty, but we're going to keep our hands on the trigger as well, right? Like, imagine you're in a Spanish standoff in the Wild West with another guy, and you guys both have guns against each other. and he's trying to kill you, but you caught him just in time, and now you have guns against each other. It's a Mexican standoff. It's going to require both of you guys to put down your guns at the same time. And Hezbollah is saying, I want peace, but I'm going to keep my hand on my gun and not put it on the ground, right? This is the situation we're in.
Yeah, the BBC, this is fucking crazy. This headline just 8 minutes ago, right? It just came up. And this is the headline. After a costly war with Israel, Hezbollah now must tackle complex challenges of rebuilding. Why does Hezbollah must? Why do they must tackle?
Why are they coming from the view of the Hezbollah? Like, why are they like? They sound like Al Jazeera right now. They should. This is what Al Jazeera should be writing against the West, and yet Canadians are writing on behalf of the Hezbollah. This is crazy.
I know. It's like Hezbollah must now contemplate
rebuild and re-strengthen its resources so they can attack us back in 10 years. Yes,
yeah, because the subline is internal estimates suggest Iran-backed group may have lost several thousand fighters. So it's like when you take the headline and the subline together.
Oh my God! They need to record more members.
Yeah, exactly. That's the context of rebuilding, is to replenish the several thousand fighters they lost. What the fuck, CBC?
Well, that's probably a leftist, Israel writer, right? So they're coming from that angle, and the editor apparently is also, because he didn't give a fuck and let that shit through. Right?
Who wrote this? Thomson Reuters. That's not a person. That's a media outfit, isn't it? Thomson Reuters.
Reuters is, yeah.
Yeah, it's Reuters. So this is written by CBC for Reuters, or being republished by?
Okay. So that means whoever the guy who wrote for Reuters, but that also means you're the editor of the CBC, or whoever's in charge of the editorial review of the article didn't care and just let it through too, right?
I mean, I guess they could squirm out of it by saying, well, Israel's war was with Hezbollah and not Lebanon. But, why?
Yeah, but shouldn't it be then Lebanon has to rebuild instead of Hezbollah? If you're against Hezbollah and you think that they're a terrorist organization, you could make the argument, look, that Lebanon will have to try to figure out how to rebuild despite Hezbollah's, actions. But they're saying that Hezbollah needs to rebuild and replenish its resources. For what reason do you want them to? What?
The onset of the ceasefire leads the Iran-backed militant group Hezbollah to manage pressing rebuilding challenges in Lebanon in the aftermath of its deadly war with Israel. With the bodies of its fighters still strewn on the battlefield, Hezbollah must bury its dead and provide aid to its supporters who bore the brunt of Israel's offensive as the first steps on a long and costly road to recovery.
I feel like I'm reading Mao's journal right now, but if he was a Middle Easterner.
What the fuck? It is Reuters. This is Reuters who wrote it.
This is the cancer of loving your enemies and trying to understand them and being like, no, I understand where you're coming from. When your enemies are trying to kill your children, you shouldn't try to empathize or sympathize with them. It's just get rid of them. And liberals are incapable of doing this. Oh, pedophiles? We'll just release them, and 2 years later into the same town that the kid's in, Yeah, freedom, yeah.
They're quoting Hassan Fadala, a senior Hezbollah politician, told Reuters the priority will be, quote, the people, and quote, to shelter them, to remove the rubble, to bid farewell to the martyrs, and in the next phase, to rebuild. When they're saying rebuild, what are they meaning? They're talking about rebuilding, the groundwork from
terrorists. Correct.
New martyrs.
Yeah. Yes. They're like, yo, these Hezbollah's too weak. They need to invest in rebuilding, right? Whose side are you on right now, right? What What's next? Are you gonna have them pointers? Are you gonna have routers sent over like a contractor to help them get through this hard process of rebuilding? Like, what is going on right now?
They are noting here, which is interesting, that the Gulf states, Qatar, Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia helped pay the $5 billion reconstruction bill in 2006, the last time Hezbollah and Israel went to war. But there have been no sign that these states are ready to do so again. Yeah, times have changed. They don't want to hang out with Hezbollah. Like maybe you can rebuild Lebanon without it being Hezbollah doing it. Hello.
Yeah.
You get the point. Hell, if Lebanon was able to ice out Hezbollah, Israel might even come, throw some money in to rebuild. Like, this is. I'm not saying Israel is immune from criticism or any of that. Like, that's not how to take this, right? But it's just like.
Anything on Gaza, bro? Anything? Is that
it's rubble and people are starving to death and there's disease and it's just miserable. I don't think there's anything new.
You know what I mean? The main dish is suffering and the side dish is having all the glory. What the fuck?
The what?
Okay, Gaza is the main dish. Hezbollah and Israel is the side dish. And the side dish is having all the glory. All the news.
I mean, the glory of the glory?
Yeah, I mean, Hezbollah, Israel is having all the news. And what happened to Gaza? Nothing. Status quo. Sad.
Saying that it sold the thunder of the media cycle, right?
This is what Hamas. I think part of the reason why Hamas attacked Israel last October to begin with was to draw attention back to their struggle and away from Ukraine, Russia, and everything else that was going on.
Yeah, great strategy. Great strategy.
Find the Hezbollah again.
Hezbollah really executed a great strategy because, Gaza isn't there anymore. Great strategy.
And Edmund, you have 2 seconds to change your voice before I take you out of the room. And then you have 2 seconds to reorientate yourself to serious Edmund.
That's 4 seconds. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,004.
Yeah. Oh, well, there's your regular voice. So we're back, okay? And then are you going to be serious in this room and have serious Edmund, or are you going to have faggot troll Edmund?
No, I mean, ask.
No, I have to ask.
Well, you made a solid. I don't know. That first point was that was solid, too.
Yeah, but he trolls in different ways. He trolls in his tone. He trolls in the words he says. He trolls in many different psychological ways. You don't know Edmund like me. He engages in verbal, tonal, and psychological warfare simultaneously. You don't know Edmund. Right? Relax. I know my enemies. Correct. I know my enemies. You don't. So, I've known Edmund for 4 years on this app. If you don't curb him in, he'll spend 4 hours talking about self-actualization. Trust me. So,
it's pretty accurate.
Self-actualization.
Joy, that is always in contention with Edmund. He can flip that switch, so you don't know what you're talking about. So instead of involving yourself in things that you don't know what you're talking about, you should just let me handle this.
Oh, I do. Look, I definitely know.
I have thoroughly pissed this
I
one
reject
off.
your way of dealing with this completely. So I'd rather just be upfront with Edmund and ask him, and he'll know where I stand instead of playing this verbal and mental jujitsu with him. I'd rather just get straight to the point. So you and I have a different way of handling this. Thankfully, this is my room, and I'm the mod, and you're not. So,
What a creepy ass behavior.
Okay. So Edmund, what's your answer? Are you going to enter the discussion as serious Edmund or troll Edmund? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I can be professional. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the room, Edmund. I love professional Edmund. One of my favorite people on the app. What was your point again? Could you restate your point, Edmund?
So in philosophy or psychology, the whole point of therapy is to bring you back to the now, the present moment.
No. The point about Gaza, I think that
Yeah,
you're making earlier. Nice try. Do you see this, Adam? Do you fucking see this? And then I have faggots like Joy and then I have faggots like Joy and the other guy being like, "Oh, you're weird. Oh, you're weird." This is what I fucking get.
His point was that like Gaza has been leveled. Good job, Hamas. Like you really achieved.
That was the point. Correct.
But and now he's going into self-actualization type.
Correct. And then we got faggots like Joy over here being like, "Oh, why are you trying to control it?" This is why.
Shit. Oh, apparently.
What a slice of joy.
Joe, this is my first experience.
Well, I bring it up because I talk to a lot of people. I bring it up because I talk to a lot of people here on this app that are very pro-Pally, and unfortunately, they're unwilling to admit that the entire Gaza Strip has been completely leveled and that it's all rubble. So until you admit that it's all rubble, you're really doing a real political psyop hypnosis on people on this app. You have to admit that it's rubble. They don't have plumbing, they don't have heating, they don't have air conditioning, they don't have refrigerators. It's all gone. And until you admit that, what you're doing is just political posturing. And that's my opinion.
Sorry, who's going to admit that?
The pro-Pally political propagandists on this app that are pro-Pally. Maybe you've met them. There's probably about a dozen of them or 30 of them.
Yeah, they're out here on the street.
And that's just on Clownhouse X. There's hundreds of pro-Pally people that are vehemently anti-Jewish. They hate Jews. They hate Zionists. They hate freedom. They hate Israel. And they're terrorist supporters. And they support revolution, regime change, murder, death, and chaos. Do not trust them. That's my opinion.
Well, it's interesting here. You say X, refer to X because, the View, they're complaining about X being a cesspool for, everything pro-Trump, pro-right-wing, pro-Israel too. So X must be doing something right if, like, all sides of the the sort of disgusting extreme are getting their points across. That's the whole point. So well done to Musk. We applaud you.
Gio, can you turn up the music a little bit? I'm trying to.
Is it bothering you?
No. Can you turn it up?
Oh, turn it up. Okay.
I was gonna Shazam it.
Actually, it's on Spotify. If you look up driving jazz, it's one of my favorite playlists. It's the only one that says driving jazz. If you have Spotify, but hold on 1 second.
I just want to Shazam it real quick.
Gotcha.
Any other Miles?
With my Chrome remote.
Any other Miles Davis fans in this public room?
Yes. Yeah.
Look at Joy's photo. It's P. Diddy just flying over a bull. Is that not the craziest photo you've ever seen? It's real. Just go to YouTube and type in P. Diddy bull jumping. That psychopathic piece of shit. He jumped over a bull in Spain.
how was the sexual harassment allegations? Did you get what you want?
Daniel, you can go mute him, wave him if you want, Daniel.
I'm still pursuing legal allegations against my manager and coworkers.
I don't get why nobody ever uses a fucking wave function in this fucking app. Like, what's the point of having it there when you guys never fucking...
How are you gonna wave at all of us? They might as well just tell us.
Oh, wave function. I thought you were talking about statistics or something.
Got him.
Oh.
I'm the only African in this book. Did you guys see
we don't know everybody in this room, man.
The GDP per capita in Canada is actually going down?
I mean, even the UK's GDP per capita is lower than Alabama and Mississippi in America.
Yeah, but Timothy O'Leary goes on CNBC and says that French politician is going to take over and that Trudeau is done, that they're going to ramp up oil and gas investment because of the natural resources. So, to tell you the truth, I'd rather be a Canadian than a fucking American, because even though they have a super woke government there, and we have a super woke government here, at least Canada, I hate to tell you, like, I get the feeling that they're way better off than Americans, because I have vacation in the Caribbean and I've met Canadians, and they are the dumbest people I've ever met, but they have a high standard of living. So you tell me, who's the bigger sucker, American losers or Canadian losers? American losers are the bigger suckers. We protect Canada. We protect Canada. We protect them from the invasion. We give them the benefit of our soil. They don't invade Canada. They invade the United States of America.
Invading Canada in the last 200 years.
I mean, I'm being
Go ahead, Dolan.
I'm being hyperbolic.
Canada is performing.
Pastor Jacob.
Yeah, it's just not.
Everybody, all at once, all together, all at once, everyone, go.
All I'm saying is I'd much rather be in the U.S. The Canadian economy is not performing well at all right now. It's actually like shocking.
Yeah.
The inflation is a lot worse in Canada. No one can afford housing.
Yeah.
Nobody can afford housing in America. No one can afford housing in America. Have you seen the prices of houses in Chicago, in New York, in LA, in Austin? They're out of control.
Do you not hear each other talking? Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Look at the...
Holy shit. Some of you guys have to yield the mic to the first person who started talking. Okay? You have to. Stop.
Okay.
Stop this shit. Fucking A. Go ahead.
Sorry. So if you look at the GDP per capita over the past 10 years in the U.S. versus Canada, it's like the U.S., it's gone up like exponentially, whereas Canada, it went down and then it went up, then went down. And then
Welcome to the Federal Reserve funding salaries and pensions.
Yeah, all I'm saying is Canada has a big problem, and Trudeau is like very not popular. He's like one of the least popular.
Yeah, when he closes down mom and pop restaurants trying to serve truckers who are bringing oil in and logging and other natural resources, he's a traitor. He's the worst despicable human being. In fact, if a patriotic Canadian assassinates him, that would be a patriotic activity.
See, this just surprises me because I for some reason it was in my head that Canada was doing better than the U.S. And then all of a sudden, like, everyone's like, "Oh, Trudeau has to leave. This is terrible. We're in like a worse situation than the U.S." I was like, yeah, and then they like opened up the borders just like the U.S.
Trudeau is human scum. He is a traitorous piece of shit who should be assassinated. And if that's not at your forefront of understanding, I apologize for it.
Fucking shit, bro. You just said that like 3 seconds ago. You don't need to fucking repeat it 2 times in a row.
He should be assassinated.
Fucking point, you fucking faggot. Stop.
He should be assassinated.
Stop. Go be a